This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
It is a beautiful, beautiful afternoon out here in the African bush. We have the stunning marulas, there's a gorgeous apple leaf, and none other than the impala down the bottom there too. I am very excited. I have no plans. I'm just excited to see what the bush has to offer, and you're going to be along with me on this journey. And to start, we have impalas, and for me, that's pretty awesome. So jump on board, everybody, for your live safari through the African bush. Welcome everyone, welcome to your sunset safari. It looks like today, because it's such a pretty day, we might actually see a gorgeous setting sun. I'm excited. I must have said excited like 3 times now. It's me, Trishala, and I'm always excited, and I have Johan on camera with me. We have, like I said, not too many plans, but at least we have some impala to start with. It's really nice temperature. It's about 29, couple of clouds in the sky, but it's a really good temperature. So I suspect that once the evening sets in, it's going to be quite cool. And you know what happens when it gets cool out in the bush? Predators are on the prowl, and that's what we're going to find. They're probably going to love these impala. In fact, they definitely love these impala. Look at them chewing away, enjoying the day like we are and like you are on this live safari. It's yours. So do use that hashtag WildEarth to chat to us. You can send us your questions. You can send us your comments. We can have some great discussions. You can also use @FC on the YouTube chat stream. Or you can go to our website and you can register and you can use our questions and comments box. If you are under 18, please use kids' questions at wildearth.tv. We'd love to hear from all of you, of all ages. There's impalas of various ages in this herd as well. It's quite a mixed herd. Lara, you say you love a no-plan bumble. So do I. I just have this... It's sort of a big mystery when there's no plans. Because I've often said it's what the bush wants to show you. We can try finding things, but it'll only reveal itself if the bush wants to show it to you. And I quite enjoy that. Like turning down this road. I didn't know that there were impalas around. I knew the show was going to start. I just turned down, thought there's some beautiful trees, and there the impalas were. I always think they look particularly neat and clean and slick when it's nice and sunny. I think they're the neatest looking antelope. So there's some young males, or youngish males, in this herd, about 2 years, a year and a half to 2 years. Actually, I'd say 2 years old. And there's some females. So those males, these young males, they're not able to maintain a territory during this rutting period. So you'll see them scattered amongst the females. You'll see them in bachelor herds. It's only those nice big males with the large lyre-shaped horns that you're going to see by themselves starting to get a little territorial, starting to feel the testosterone coursing through their veins. Well, I've told you about the weather here at Djuma this afternoon, so let's send you over to have a look at the weather at our other locations.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome again to Djuma. Welcome again to some elephants. The breeding herds moved through here this morning, and all we can see scattered along this open plain is the remnants of some elephant bulls. Hello everybody, my name is Steve, joined by Port on camera, and as always, we're delighted to have you with us, and the elephant energy once again is quite strong. So, these elephant bulls just chilling out here in the open area, busy grazing, picking up on any forbs they might be finding. This area in the winter months is almost devoid of vegetation. So there's lots of little creepers, ground annual flowers that have emerged. Some wonderful elephant activity this morning. There is a very funny noise. Did you hear that? Jessica loves the loose skin on the elephant's stomach. Yeah, I suppose it is quite a funny sight. What is that noise? Almost sounded like a baboonish, but I'm not sure. I'm going to turn on my kudu ears. Sometimes just sitting and listening. Quite incredible what you can hear when you put your hands next to your ears. You hear the insects, the birds' wings. Haven't heard it again. There's another fellow on this side. He's busy grazing as well. We're going to work around quarantine because we had the elephants coming onto quarantine this morning, and there was all sorts of commotion on Voitila access, and the way they behaved, the way they interacted, makes me feel like there was a leopard nearby. We weren't able to really investigate at the time. There were too many elephants about, but while we do that, let's send you over to andBeyond and Ngala to say good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to andBeyond Ngala Private Game Reserve, where we are currently sitting here. As you can see, that beautiful paw of a lion, and that is a young male lion or a sub-adult male. Hello everybody, my name is Roel, and behind the camera we have got Gert, and this afternoon we come to you. We just thought maybe we'd take some time to enjoy this pride that we just found. So far we have counted at least 6 or 7 individuals, but earlier on there were reports of at least 14 or 15 of them here. So they are scattered all around in the bushes, and if you look there you can see some of the branches shaking. There's a lioness there, or maybe 1 or 2 of them that are busy rolling around, and I think it's because of the availability of shade. Maybe these bushes are not big enough to fit 14 members in one, so they need to use multiple. And at this point, I'm not sure yet which pride it is, but it is a pride that we often get to see in the reserve. We've seen them, it's not the first time that we've seen them, but they keep coming back and crossing out of our property. Sometimes they visit for a day or two, and then sometimes they disappear for quite some time. So it's always nice. That's why I thought it would actually be nice to try and get here and show them to you guys. And you can see that one there is a young male. So these animals are all scattered and laying down. So I think for now we'll wait here, see if maybe we might get to see if the whole pride will eventually get up, and maybe we might get a very good count and see what the makeup of the pride is. So far we've seen at least 4 young males here, or 4 adult males, which I think when I look at them could be around the ages of 2 to 2.5. So it means that they are also on their way to experiencing a very exciting next step in their life, where they get kicked out and get exiled and they become nomads. But it will be interesting to see, because sometimes the movements of the whole pride is all that these young males know. And when they get kicked out, you can imagine how difficult life will become. And in fact, I've seen young males tend to follow the patterns that they used to walk when they were still young, moving about with the pride, but eventually, sooner or later, they realize that they are no longer welcome in that place, so they have to keep moving further and further. But if they all survive, it's going to be a very big coalition of males. Having 4 males, if not more, all together, that is going to be epic. I remember a couple of years ago here on Ngala, there was a coalition of at least 5 males, and they were called the Western males. Very big males, big mane, and they came from the west. It was a very, very strong coalition. I think they reigned for quite a long time. You can imagine when males try and take over a territory, sometimes it is 2, sometimes it is 3, and they have to go against the 5, which is just, the odds are difficult. But if these males, these young ones here, grow and they make it through that nomadic stage in the next couple of years, and it's 4 or 5 of them all together, taking over a territory should actually be slightly easier for them, as they would be maybe fighting against 2 males, maybe fighting against 3 males. And they will be in their prime. They might be fighting against older males that are over 10 years of age, which means they've got fresh pair of muscles. Those guys are old and they've been fighting for a long time. So it gives them the upper hand. All right, so I think we'll stick around here for now. In the next while, we'll be sending you guys to Obakeng and see what he's got for you guys that side. Good day and welcome to Tswalu. What we have here is a male Pygmy falcon. Sorry, there's a bit of red there. My bad. If you look right on its back there, there's a bit of a coat on its back, and that's actually a female. Didn't see that for a minute. Nearly had me lost there. Unlike most birds where you see the males having more color, with your Pygmy falcon, it's actually the opposite that happens, where you find the female having a bit more of a color there. My name is OB, or everybody calls me OB. I'm Obakeng, and behind the camera there we've got BK doing a very excellent job. These guys are one of my favorites here in the Kalahari, and also a very iconic bird for the Kalahari, in the sense that it's one of the smallest predators or birds of prey that you get in the southern Africa.
still resting there for a bit of the day. Very interesting. These guys would also have a mutualistic relationship with sociable weavers that you get around here. Sharing that nest for shelter. Yes, they do have a ring. We have on Tswalu a researcher that has been doing a wonderful job for us with these birds, and they ring them in that particular fashion, and each ring symbolizes a color or something very so what you'll see is there'll be different colors on different birds, meaning when they caught it, where it was caught. So all that in the ring, and the different colors of the ring would mention that. And that's why when we see them, we get so excited here at Tswalu. And we've learned a lot from that kind of research. Anthony is the guy that does that research, and that's how we've learned what importance these birds play here at the Tswalu, or in the Kalahari, or in these conditions. So it's quite an iconic bird. So yes, that's the importance of having rings on these birds. Good observation there. I'm trying to look around to see if there's any sociable weaver nests close by. I'm not seeing much, so this must be the feeding grounds where they would go out and go forage. But because it's so windy today, that's why it's not probably flying as much. So on that note, we are going to be leaving this fella, and we'll send you over to another very beautiful location somewhere in Africa.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to a rather cloudy and cool day here on andBeyond, Phinda Private Game Reserve. My name is Dean, and behind the camera we've got Craig with us. We're actually on a search for one of the prides of lions in the south, and we came across these two young male impalas having a little bit of a tussle. And it looks like the one on the right with the smaller horns is actually more of the instigator than the one on the left there with the larger horns. Every now and then you'll see him go in and give a bit of a headbutt. Quite an interesting time of year for impala. They're slowly going into their rutting season, which is actually triggered by the shorter days and then heightened testosterone. Looks like these two have stopped their little battle they had going on. It wasn't too serious. As you can see, the horns are not fully developed, so at the moment it's just a bit of play fighting. But I'm sure as we go on, when we see some of the other herds of impala here on Phinda, you can see some of the larger males have actually now pushed out the younger males, and they'll keep that going for as long as they can. But as I mentioned before, we were actually on the search for the lions in the south. I'm sure those of you that have been watching the show the last couple of days would have noticed the lions have been in the south, and they actually made a kill 2 days ago. So I was hoping to find them in this area. So what we've been doing is just been going around the block and just trying to find any tracks or signs of them. Quite a busy little section over here. We've got some, like you can see, we've got some impala over here just to the left. think it's just out of our view. There is a male Nyala that might just come into the shot now. And behind this thicket, right in front of us over here, there were a couple of giraffes also moving through the area. You can see all the green grasses come up nicely after the rain we've recently had. A lot of the plains game really enjoying it. Oh, there's that Nyala going for a reach there. You can actually, it's going right under that tree there, and you can see the browse line there. So FC, just repeat that question. You see a larger one that's just joined. Oh, these two are still going at it. Vix, you're asking, would these two impalas fight till the death? No, I don't think they would. As I mentioned before, there's one impala here that's actually got longer horns than the other, but the other two are still developing, sort of in that sub-adult age. So no, in the meantime, it's more sort of testing each other and testing themselves out a little bit. It wouldn't go to death. In fact, it's quite, even with the full-grown impala, it's quite rare that it would go to death. These guys are just testing each other out. As they were busy fighting, you can see now how a couple more male Nyalas have walked through. These were actually the ones we stopped by earlier, and two of them were doing what we call a lateral display, but they seem to have stopped it now. It's quite a recognizable Nyala. We see it around the lodge quite a bit there. The one on the left there with its horn, its right horn, actually curves round and just past its throat there. Quite a precarious position for that horn to be. You'll notice, have a look where all these animals are actually browsing. They're sticking to the base of these tree trunks and these shrubs. They're sticking right there. That's where you often find the most nutritious grass and vegetation. So there, you'll notice one would, especially the one there, that Nyala is sticking right to those little shrubs there and eating at the base of the shrubs. The root system of these shrubs actually trap a lot of the minerals and nutrients in the soil. And with that, you get the most nutrient-rich grass. Quite nice to see all these Nyala bulls together. They don't often stick together in this many. So this would be what we call a temporary association. They would sort of come and go. Quite lovely to see all the white stripes running down those male Nyalas there. If I'm not mistaken, the larger, fully grown Nyalas should have 14 horizontal stripes, white stripes running down the body. If one stands still, there you can see that horn I spoke about earlier. You can see how it's curved in there. But I think what we're going to do, we're going to leave these Impala and Nyala and carry on our search, see if we can try and find these lions that we set out for.
Our lives are dictated by alarm clocks, traffic jams, constant multitasking, and countless distractions. The wilderness is where many of us feel the most human. On a bushwalk, we become part of the natural landscape. As you step off the vehicle, everything comes alive. As with any risky experience, walking amongst these animals inspires awe and appreciation. Now, it's your turn to go on a bushwalk. Join us from Pride Lands as we slow down our thoughts, put aside our distractions, and reconnect with a place that first taught us how to be human. WildEarth explorer Jenny recently joined Tristan as he broadcast live from Djuma.
Awesome to kind of have a guest on board. I'm looking forward to this. This is Jenny.
Hi everyone. Hi.
And Jenny is the first of our Ticket to Dream holders.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Literally being with Tristan on the vehicle today has been incredible. It has truly been a dream come true.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
I would highly recommend being a part of the Explorer program and being able to be a part of an interactive live drive.
My name is Taylor McCurdy and I work for Eco Training. I love hearing from all of the viewers. However, I particularly enjoy those of you who have been watching for a few years. Your questions are just so advanced and they really get me thinking. If you'd like to ask a question on WildEarth, you need to register on our website. Once you've done that, head to the live safari page and submit your questions below the live.
Hello friends, you're going to be very excited. I just managed to bump what appears to be Tingana. He's just on the other side here. I can't get in with the vehicle. And I also didn't have a good look at his face. But it's just so lucky, so lucky. Because the grass is so long here, I can't tell. Right? I think our best, I can't tell if we can get in or not. And the last thing I want, considering that we have our lovely big male, is to get stuck and then we can't continue to watch him. So let's be on the safe side. He's got to pop out somewhere. I am in awe of the luck that we've been having last time and today. Let's just see. So his ears were very tattered, big male. Only male I know that's big and has tattered ears is Tingana. He was coming out from Mvubu Road towards this dam inside of Buffelshoek. He was right here. I followed him right in here. Come on, Tingana. I bet he sat down right in by the shade of that bush where we can't go. That was amazing to see him. It'll happen, he'll come out. I'm sure he will. Let me just try to put my nose here. I'm just going to try to put my nose here. If we don't see anything, then we'll just wait. No, I can't see anything. So let me send you over to Ngala. They've got some lions, and then hopefully when you get back, we'll have our leopard.
You see that lioness there on your screen? And if you look carefully at her nose, you'll see how completely black that nose is. So that also helps to indicate or identify that is one of the oldest lionesses within the pride. And if you look, we'll see a couple of cuts right at the edges of her ear. That could have also been from fights and her ears. It could have been from when she was hunting, running through some twigs and stuff like that. It could have been from anything. And all of that accumulates to experience. She's a very old lioness. There is another one that's looking quite bad. Hopefully we might get to see her as she walks again. Evan, you're asking what is the biggest lion I've ever seen on the property. I'll give you an honest answer and a straight one. The lioness with a short tail from the Birmingham Breakaway Pride. I believe you may have seen a couple of days mating with the Ross male. I think that is the biggest lioness I've ever seen. She's just muscular and she's huge. It's funny how, when you look at them when they're lying down, they look peaceful. They look very lovely, and you just think it would be nice to walk around them, or you'd even feel safe to just perhaps jump over the vehicle. And sometimes when lions are like this, I just feel it gets to show a different side to them than always seeing lions hunting and always hearing these stories about lions killing wildebeests and zebras and impalas and all these other animals and hunting buffalo. I feel like there's half of the lion's life that's still missing from what most people know, how these animals actually interact with each other, how they socialize with each other, and how fond they are of each other. Because if you may have noticed, whenever one lion gets up to walk, not always will it walk past the other pride members without acknowledging them. So in a sense, what I'm saying is, if you pay careful attention, you'll see when lions walk past the pride members, they'll headbutt, they'll play around, and carry on walking. And in short, that's just a way for them to actually keep strengthening their bond. So there is that hierarchy amongst them. It's not only the males that have the hierarchy, also the females will have that hierarchy, and that goes from the oldest, most experienced female all the way down to the youngest. And there are females that lead the hunt, and it's almost as if every animal or every individual has a particular role when it comes to the hunting within the pride. So they don't just hope to catch something. If you look carefully, you'll see that it's well coordinated, which also means that they do a lot more communicating than we give them credit to. It could also be non-verbally. They can easily communicate using their body language, their postures, when they've seen something, how their body changes, and other lions are able to read through that. So there is a lot behind that I think sometimes is undertold. And sometimes it is just amazing to just watch them and see what they do, how they live through a normal day, besides the other hunting part. Vindra, you're asking I believe you're asking, would some lions take shifts just to look out when the other lions are sleeping? I don't want to say they do or they don't, but what I can tell you is that when they are all sleeping like this, they don't really go into that deep sleep. So if something was to come up here, you can see all these lions here have got their heads down. And suppose an elephant was coming or something else was coming. If they all hear it, you'll notice how they all will suddenly lift up their heads just to have a quick look. Because they're sleeping now, so there is no one that's looking out. They rely on their senses of hearing, the senses of smelling these things. And when they have their eyes shut and they can hear something from behind the bushes, they'll just quickly lift up their head just to look, just to make sure that it is not a necessary threat. So there don't have to be one animal that will be up now, wait for the others to sleep, and then when others wake up, that one will take its turn. They actually can all be flat, sleeping all of them at the same time. But should anything come, you'll be surprised how they will all easily pick up on that. Even if only one animal heard it, if that animal quickly lifts up the head, the rest of the pride, because of that animal's movement, might as well lift up their head to have a look at what that animal has heard. Do you see that? How they all quickly just lifted up their heads. They heard something, and they all responded immediately. You can see whatever it is catching their interest. And it could be, I think it's a herd of wildebeest. You see how they seem to be taking a lot of interest. Now, earlier on it was just two with their heads up. And now you can see a couple of them are up on their feet. So I think let's wait and see what will unfold. Maybe they might not be interested after all. In the meantime, let's send you guys over to Djuma.
Well, what an adventure I went on to find Tingana. The grass is so long here that so I parked down here and then I picked myself up and I'm looking around and then boom, 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 next to the vehicle he ran off. So yes, my heart was pounding just a little bit to see our big male leopard run off. You can see how well camouflaged he is, or well hidden rather, by all that grass. I'm sure you're so happy to see him. I'm very happy to see him. We've been too fortunate with our leopard sightings lately. Whew. Okay, so it's quite close to Djuma. He's in an area just south of what we call Tembuti Dam in Buffelshoek. So it's just north of Mvubu Road. I know a lot of you like to keep track of where our animals are and what they're doing, especially where they are, so you can monitor their movements. So that's why I'm giving you the location there. If you don't know Tingana, well, now you do. And you're going to know him very well when he gets up, because he is a big leopard. To me, he's the biggest male I've seen. Which is why I did get quite a shock when he ran out from next to the vehicle. Well, that's just testament to the fact that they can be so well hidden. You can be walking past, you won't even know. It's also a good example of how when something changes height, it affects animals quite a bit because it becomes unpredictable. They're not used to things changing height. So the fact that I put my knees on my seat and looked up and my height changed, immediately he was scared off. Darcy Ann, I know you're very happy to see Tingana, so am I. Very, very happy indeed. I'm complete now. Just so fortunate. Bumping about without a reason. Just decided, I didn't even plan on coming to the north, and then just felt like. Awesome. So he's really, really well hidden. So, and there are other vehicles in this, well, one other vehicle that I called in. So we're going to allow them to also have a look at him in a bit, because you can see it's just his head. Oh, a little wink for you too, Tingana. And Tingana has been legendary in these parts. Tingana is Tlalamba's dad. And he is just an amazing, amazing leopard. He's a 5'5". Remember we spoke about spots? Oh, come on. Yes, boy. That is it. Yes. I'm so excited. But there are other people here. I can't scream. Also, there's a leopard. But I'm just very excited to see him. Oh, look at him. Look at that. And again, he goes quite flat. So if you can imagine, if you were walking around in this area, if you were driving around, you'd never be able to see him. And for a leopard, this is a great spot. If there's prey items that come along or any threats that come along, he can be really well hidden. There's also the dam just off to my left. He can go there, have a drink. There's some nice trees for him to climb. And I've seen him here before. I've seen him in this exact spot before. I don't know if you can remember that sighting. It is when he had a python. Not the second time he had a python. First time he had a python, I think it was here. Second time he had the python, it was when Hosanna came and tried to steal it from him. Or well, they shared it rather. Unbelievable. I knew I had to see him. Had to see him before our stint ends. Well, hopefully he'll pop out, but we're going to stick around with him as long as we can. And we're going to send you over to Phinda, who's also having quite a cat Thursday.
Welcome back, everyone. So lucky enough, as we were looking to try and find the pride in the south, we were just coming along the road here, and straight in front of us, I just spotted a flick of an ear, and it happened to be two subadult cheetahs. The one was actually by itself, and as we stopped, it then crossed over this open patch here and joined the other one. So you'll notice the direction they're actually looking, right across us and past the front of the vehicle and to this open area on our right over here. You'll see a little difficult to tell, but with this long grass, there's quite a big herd of impala over there, and a little bit to the right there's a few more over there. Every now and then you see a flick of a tail. But as you can see, they're all eating, carrying on about their business, and don't seem to have noticed these two young cheetah that we found over here. There's also a WildEarth there to the side of those impala. It's just starting, if you can see in the background how dark the clouds are, it's just starting to drizzle here. It's been hinting that it's going to rain most of the day. And it's just starting now. But I was having a look in amongst that herd of impala there. There's a couple young ones in there. And that's probably what these 2 young cheetahs would be eyeing out. That's what they would go for. Possibly an older one. Right. I think we're going to have to put on our covers. You broke up there, FC. Just repeat the question. Andrew, you're asking, are cheetah my favourite big cat? Oh, hard to say. Each cat's got its own special little place in my heart. But I'd probably say leopard would be my more favourite. I always find leopard always up to something interesting. But not to say cheetah aren't any less special. Especially here on Phinda, always beautiful to see cheetah. I was just having a look at these two cheetah we've got over here, and they look like they actually might have had something to eat earlier. I think for now we are going to have to cover up a little bit. This rain is rolling in quite quickly. In the meantime, we're going to send you over to Steve in Djuma.
Welcome back to Djuma, everybody, where we do indeed still have a bird. Thankfully, hasn't flown away. There's 2 of them here. Very, very cool bird. We don't often get them on camera. Very nice bird to find out and about on any bird list. Called the ground scraper thrush. Very easy identified by that sort of black sort of line through the eyes. If you can see it, it's sort of a grey back, but you see that sort of double black line that goes one behind the eye and one through the middle. Often found on the floor. Very straight upright back and a very spotted chest. Being very accommodating. If you've ever seen a thrush before, it's very characteristic. The way it stands, the shape of the beak, the olive thrush, the Karoo thrush, very much like that, although they are slightly different in colour. They're quite terrestrial. They like to walk along the ground. They walk and then stand up tall. Walk and then stand up tall. It's a very characteristic sort of feature of the thrush species, or different species that move around. Being mainly insect eaters. And the ground scraper enjoys some earthworms, so they must do a little bit of digging. My kind of bird. Build a beautiful little cuppa nest. Normally the large fork of a tree, made of all sorts of vegetation. Okay, well, we're going to move on to do a little bit more birding, see what else we can find, and send you over to Trish with a leopard.
Look at him in his glory. Look at that leopard. That is a magnificent male. Big male. You can see his big dewlap. He's looking over at the spot where he once enjoyed a nice python. And it's the damn wall in front of him. So this whole sighting promises to be one that's going to be very, very pretty, very enjoyable. There's a nice big tamborti there. Can you see that? The damn wall is there. I think we're going to have some magnificent shots. I'm just so glad that he actually came up and walked out of that grass so we can actually see him. I don't know why I have this feeling that we're going to see another leopard. You know, sometimes we can tell that from behavior and chuffing and the way that they look alert and stuff like that. But I just have a feeling that there may be another that'll come around. I don't know. All this potential. Harold, you'd like to know what purpose the dewlap serves. It's actually quite an interesting thing. So it's quite an old structure, or rather an ancient structure, and it's, in terms of biology, it develops, or the genes for it to develop happen from birth, and for some reason cats now have still retained this dewlap. But two things: one, it could increase the size, the way that the size of the neck in terms of the way it looks to other females. So it could be a sexual selection thing. It can look bigger. And the other thing is it could protect his neck from injury, that fatal injury that could result in the neck area. But there's a specific name for the structure I'm thinking about, that early cats had a similar type of thing. Oh, I can't remember. It'll come to me. Something related to belly fat or belly fur, or it'll come to me if I remember it. But in terms of its relevance now, look at that. It could be a larger size, especially that nice thick neck, and also a lot of the power of a leopard lies in its neck. That's what it uses to hoist. It's very muscular. So if you can make that look even bigger than it actually is, that'd be great for the ladies. And on top of that, if something does bite you, if it gets your dewlap, it's better than getting your neck, right? Hi, Lana. You want to know, well, exactly how old is he? He's estimated to be born in 2006. So 14, 15 years old. He's in excellent condition. Like I said, possibly 15 this year. But for me, he looks in excellent condition for a leopard that age. We kind of suspect he might be younger than that. Maybe 13, 14, but the first time, the estimate is 2006, because when he was first seen, he was estimated to be to have been born in 2006. I was not here when he was first seen, and we don't really know who his mother or his father is. As far as my experience here, he's been a very stable leopard, the one I've always been able to count on, the one I've known. I can't imagine Djuma without him. This is Tingana area for me. It feels solid. I do hope that he will get up into that tumboti. That'll be special. Or even if he gets up onto the dam wall. Either way, I'll be here, and I'll be here with you to see it.
On the 27th of April, WildEarth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what WildEarth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. We are offering a 20% discount on all books bought before the end of March. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
My name is Lauren, and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me, and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed.
All right, it looks like the sound these animals heard earlier on was indeed some wildebeest in the distance. And I think they just lifted up their heads just to make sure that whatever it was that they had heard was not anything that could cause or bring any harm. So I think they've decided to settle down again for now. It looks like they're all sleeping. But they do know that there is some wildebeest not too far from here. At this point, they're not going to hunt, but should the wildebeest keep moving closer and closer without seeing the lions, it's going to be an opportunity that the lions just can't miss. They're going to try and attempt it. But even though they have seen them there, it doesn't necessarily mean that when they get up, they might move in that direction. There's a lot of things that would influence that. It could be the wind direction. It could be whether these wildebeest have seen the lions or not. So also because where the wildebeest are, on the other side of this thick bush, there's a huge open area. It's quite flat with short grass. So I think these wildebeest will be able to see these lions coming in from far. So that could also be one of the factors there, because remember, when they hunt, they need to have that element of surprise on the prey. And if the prey sees the lions from far, in most cases, the lions tend to give up on the hunt. So hopefully that when these lions get up and move, if they move, they might move in that direction. Beverly, do these lions get eaten by mosquitoes? I'll tell you, if there is one creature in this world that has no shame and does not pick any sides, it is definitely a mosquito. Yes, they do get bitten by mosquitoes. Mosquitoes will potentially suck blood from any animal that they can. There we go, there's an itch. Could be one. Could be a tick, could have been fly or anything there. That is the face of an old lioness. I don't think these lions are going to go anywhere anytime soon, eh? So, in the time being, let's head over to Trishala and see what that leopard is up to.
I just wanted to call you guys over because we're going to have to leave Tingana sooner. No, I know. It's just because he's in Buffalo's Hook. So what that means is that between 3 different areas, we only share 2 spaces in this property. So in order for others to come in, I'll have to move out. So let's try and get as much as we can out of him. In fact, he's moving towards Buffalo's cut line, which is awesome for us. Which means that we might not have this Buffalo's Hook problem, as in the vehicle number. Oh, you're such a king, Tingana. Such a king. Where will you go? Right it is. Okay, well, this is great. This is great because we will still get to spend some time with him. Kelly, you'd like to know what the average lifespan for a male leopard is? It's about 13 to 15. So he's doing very, very well. Unbelievably well, actually. Look at him. Look at that. That is swagger. Leopard swagger right there. He's big and chunky. He's just fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Let me just move off to the side so the other vehicle can also get a chance to enjoy Tingana. We'll just watch him like this. So he's now moving west along Buffalo's Hook cut line, along our northern boundary. Isn't that special? And he's got the most beautiful tracks. Beautiful, beautiful tracks. All right, the vehicle is going to come past now. So he'll just have to see my face. It's a very happy face. Where will he go? I wonder if he'll go back into Djuma. That would be great. You know, I don't know, you can probably tell I'm very excited. But Tingana is, he has this energy that's so sure of himself. He doesn't need to move for anybody. He's not hiding, he's not running away. No, he takes his sweet time because for him, he's so sure of himself. I love that. I love that. You don't have to worry when you find him. He's not going to take you on some wild goose chase. He's not going to go round and round. He's going to be himself. And that means that he's going to only be thinking about him. Not to worry about anything else. Chessel, you'd like to know if he's been seen mating recently? Not as far as I know. Actually, let me think a little bit harder. No, not as far as I know. Shidulu and Mulwati, I think, were the last that I heard of the males mating. Let me just try and get to the side of him. But not Tingana, not at least not what I've heard. I mean, he could be mating all the time. I just didn't get the memo. Neither of us, rather. Lions ate my mum. Gosh, it's been a long time since I heard your name. How are you? I hope that you're well. You'd like to know if I've managed to find the Fountain of Youth, which Tingana is drinking from. Not yet, but I am on it because I've got to start drinking from it at around this age. So I will be thinking about it. I'll maybe make that our next tracking mission. Now let's just enjoy this moment because he's gonna walk right in front of us. The muscles by his shoulders. It sounds like he's got the paparazzi following him. It's amazing how the world knows these leopards. Are you salivating there? You definitely seem to be dripping from your mouth. He didn't have a drink recently, so perhaps my feeling that there's going to be another leopard is not so far off. Just having a look behind me. Nothing. Off he goes. Oh, look at that light. He's looking at... Oh, what a car. Let's go around a little bit off to the left. Things happening in my head. Possibilities. Okay, I'm gonna catch up with Tingana. I'm gonna actually use the fire break. It's a bit more responsible of me. And I'm gonna send you over to Mike in Pridelands. He'd like to say hello.
it does sound like it was a beautiful sighting, and we are right now watching one of my favorite trees. This is a large-leafed rock fig that is burrowing into the rock here. It looks like a dolerite rock, and it is slowly eroding away that little piece. An amazing thing that can take thousands of years. Absolutely spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. Oh, and you can hear some elephants in the distance as well. That's pretty awesome. That's actually what we're looking for right now. Looking for this, well, we stopped here for this large leaf rock fig at a high area to see if we might be able to spot some elephants. Everyone, my name is Mike Anderson. Behind the camera is Niels. You've joined us here at Eco Training's Pridelands Conservancy, where it's nice and warm this afternoon, not too sunny, a little bit cloudy. And yes, we stopped by this tree because it's such a spectacular tree. Really absolutely love these large leaf rock figs, and they only grow on rocks like this. Something to do with the fact that they need specific conditions to germinate. But what I think is amazing is that you can also see that this tree has been hammered by elephants in the past. It's not often that they get up onto these high areas, and you can see that tree has not escaped those elephants' attentions. In fact, we've seen some pathways over these rocky areas where it looks impossible for an elephant to get past, but they somehow manage. And the fruits are not only favored by elephants, but also by African green pigeons, one of which just flew over a few moments ago, just before we came live. We don't see them too often in this area, but they are absolutely fig specialists. They do occur here in this area. Now, one other plant, so we've talked about this tree loving to be eaten by many different animals, from elephants to African green pigeons. But we've also got this plant here behind me. This is turpentine grass. Now, this grass over here is absolutely not eaten by many things at all. Turpentine grass is not palatable, but it does have some interesting uses. Now, this grass is growing in a bit of a clump around us just over here. You can see all around me we've got this turpentine grass growing, and it's not really being eaten by many things. And that's because the name suggests that it's got a very strong chemical smell. It smells just like turpentine. Now, I've got a little piece in my hand here that I just plucked. Now, this piece here has got some of the roots attached. Now, that is the part that smells the most of turpentine. If I give this a little bit of a whiff, yeah, it's really strong, actually. At this time of year now, with this abundant rain that we've had, all these grasses and plants are growing larger and more abundantly and more ferociously than I've ever seen before. And so, yeah, this clump of the roots here and some of the lower part of the stem, this has that really strong turpentine smell. And so it can be used, or it was used previously, to protect, grain and things like that, food stores from mice and rats. They don't like the smell of that turpentine at all. But also it's said to bring mild hallucinogenic properties to anyone who dries these roots, crushes them up and smokes them. So I don't know if I'm going to be doing that anytime soon, but it certainly is said to produce a mild hallucinogenic property. I won't tell you how to identify them too much, because otherwise you'll have a lot of people starting to try them out. Hopefully not. So this is the turpentine grass. It's really spectacular stuff. Now, we did hear elephants calling from just down the hill. So what I'd like to do is in a moment start heading down that hill to see if we can find those elephants and see if we've got a good view. Just down there is Leopard Dam. We're sitting on the east-west crest that just sits just to the south of the dam. And if we head down this rocky slope, we should get towards Leopard Dam, where we heard the elephants calling, and now we know that Isilwini, that massive elephant bull, is also around this area. So maybe he's the one that's causing these elephants to trumpet like that. So in the meantime, whilst we make our way down there, we'll send you back over to Tswalu with Tingana.
In typical good old-fashioned leopard sighting way, here he is, on a termite mound. There's even some elephants in the distance behind him. We can't see it now, but I think it would be day-made yet again if we manage to catch him up on that termite mound. Elephants in the background, my goodness. I won't know what to do with myself. It feels like it's been such a long time since we had one of these sightings with him. He's just sat on the termite barn, just giving us this really magnificent scene to take in. Grass all around him. Beautiful vegetation, clouds, the sun. Oh. Just magic. I'm just enjoying myself. A couple nice breaths. Just enjoying. Jackie, you wanted to know which spot patterns or which side of the spot pattern face, which side of the face, which spot pattern, which side of the face we read in order to find the spot pattern. Well, yep. So we read it from left to right if we are looking at the animal. So you're looking at the right cheek, then the left cheek of the animal. So for us, it'll be reading from left to right as we do when we're reading a book. But it will be the animal's right cheek and then the animal's left cheek. As you can imagine, I'm very glad that he is in Djuma, so at least we don't have to manage vehicles in and out of the property like we would have to at Buffelshoek. It's just in and out of the sighting. But I was the first one to find him, so I'm going to have to leave soon to allow other people in so that they can enjoy Tingana, and there is a bit of a lineup happening already. So I'm hoping that he'll give us one more good view of him maybe standing up. And then we'll have to move on. But we can always come back if we find a space later. I know how much we all want to spend time with him. We haven't seen him in a while. He's just legendary. So I will come back if we get a chance. But for now in this segment, let's let it go on, see how long we can go without without being pushed out. Actually, no, let's just wait until we get a nice, good look at him. Maybe he'll get up, and then we'll excuse ourselves from the sighting, let others in to enjoy Tingana. That's just beautiful. Oh, termite bound the sky. I'm really, really enjoying it. Fantastic. Brittany, you'd like to know if I think he travels far when he disappears? I don't think so. I mean, he does. He's been seen in Arathusa. He's been seen in Buffelshoek, Torchwood, Chitwa. So he does definitely roam around quite a lot. But I don't think much further than that. He's just not bringing too much attention to himself. There's currently some speculation on whether he's nomadic or not. We haven't seen him be too territorial lately, the last couple times we've seen him. So that would indicate that he's maybe not keeping a territory as tightly as he used to. but I don't think he travels very far. I see male leopard tracks around often in areas that I wouldn't expect to find in Hlangula or Mawati. So I think he's around. I think that he's just keeping a low profile. There's plenty places to keep a low profile at when the vegetation is like this. Leopard lover, that is a great question. You'd like to know if the Jacobson organ or the vomeronasal organ can tell a leopard how old a scent is. I have no idea, because it's very hard to collect that kind of data, but it would make sense that it does. So it makes sense that it does. Don't you miss my jokes? Because it's one of the easier things to tell, because chemical compounds, as time goes by, if they're volatile, then they'll evaporate, and so it's a really good timestamp to be like, oh, the scent is that old or that old. In fact, you can do that yourself with your own nose. If you smell spilt milk or something, which is horrible, especially if it's on the carpet or in your car. You can tell that with your own nose. Oh, this is today. It's not that bad. Tomorrow, still not too bad. Oh, a couple days have passed and it smells horrible. You are able to tell that yourself with just your nose. So I'm quite sure your vomeronasal organ can give that kind of information to the leopard as well. Also, that's critical information. It's information about who's been in your territory and when. And also, maybe you forgot whether you did this road or not. And suddenly you'll be like, oh, maybe I should just smell. When was the last time I sent Berkshire? See, all that's really relevant. Sophie, you'd like to know if I have to be aware of my scent in order to not affect the animals? No, because it's not like I'm out here wearing heavy perfume. You can get quite let's just say when you go back home, you got to do a bit of grooming. So it's not as if you're living in luxury here. I need to put perfume or makeup or any kind of thing like that. So there's nothing that's changing my smell artificially. But just because I'm a human that exists in modern time, just that, and the fact that I shower every day, and that my clothes have latent smell of detergent, all those things, and that I smell like the car, petrol fumes, all of that, all those things are unnatural smells. They're smells that Tingana doesn't associate with prey or even another animal. He doesn't associate those smells. It's the same with food. Animals don't come into camps and steal food, apart from hyenas, but leopards and lions don't come into camp and try to steal your cooked steak. There we go. That's because that's not a natural smell to them. In terms of the smell, I see something. In terms of the smell that he's expecting when he finds food. Something's just walking the other side of the mound. I couldn't see what it was. Could not see what it was. Let's just be patient. I don't think it was another leopard. At least it didn't look like it. All right. Oh, off he goes. Just need to figure out which direction he's going in. Okay, let's try and find out where he is and what he's doing. And then I'll also need to figure out what the lineup is like for this sighting. So let me do all of that.
We stopped as the dusk was settling and there was a zebra mare underneath the bush. She was lying down. We didn't really know what was happening, and then we saw it.
Everybody, there's a zebra giving birth there. There's a zebra giving birth. This is a zebra giving birth. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, you clever mare. Well done. It's born, everyone. It's born and it's alive and it looks fine.
This was, of course, an unusual sighting. Normally, herbivores like impala and wildebeest and zebra will give birth during the middle of the day. This is when their predators like lions and hyenas are fast asleep. But as this little foal took its first steps, the dying embers of the day had just gone over the western horizon, and it was just the time that the hyenas and lions were starting to get active and go out foraging. This is why we didn't light up the sighting, of course. It may have compromised the zebra's eyes and at the same time attracted those hyenas and lions to the activity.
I'm absolutely delighted to have won the February prize draw for 3 nights for 6 people at the Djuma Private Game Reserve. I absolutely love everything WildEarth has to offer. I find the guides extremely knowledgeable and will go above and beyond to ensure a great safari experience. I will be taking my husband and family from the UK to experience this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. One of the main reasons I joined the WildEarth Explorer program was for the fireside chats and also to win an incredible prize, which I'm so fortunate to win and incredibly happy. I would like to thank WildEarth for this amazing prize and cannot wait to meet the team.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially subalterns and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way.
You can see the sun that's shining on these animals now, and they're still sleeping. You can see all of them still have their heads down. Like there was that one there in the far that had its paw resting on the bush. I think that's one of the young males. You can see the way that one young male in particular is laying down with his hind leg up, and I'm sure you may have seen lions before laying down like that. I think that exposes the white underparts and it allows a very cool breeze underneath on their stomachs. Charity, asking if one lion gets up to move, will the rest of the pride get up as well to move? So it depends on the reason why that animal is moving. If that animal gets up to reposition, maybe get into shade or move from one tree to the next one for better shade, they might not. But if they see the body language that that one lioness is on the move, the pride will follow and get up. And in most cases, it is with how they communicate well with each other and all about the leading lionesses that take charge. And I think if one or two of those lionesses get up and start moving, the rest of the pride will get up and start moving as well. So like I said earlier on, there is like that type of hierarchy, and even with the females. So if the oldest lionesses get up and move, it means that it is time to move on. So the whole pride will get up and follow. But if you look, you'll see that even though they're sleeping, their ears keep flapping. Lincoln, yeah, as I was saying, if you look at the ears there, you'll see that they're all, sometimes every now and again, the ears will twitch. And you're asking if they are fast asleep or half asleep. So even though they have got their heads down, they are still active. And that little ear movement is from the little flies that keep flying around. So they are not in that deep sleep, but they are just half asleep, I can say, to answer your question. So which means that they're just resting their bodies, their senses are still sharp. You can possibly even hear, now that I'm speaking, can you imagine how many of those little flies try to get in that ear now that these lions are sleeping? That's why you'll see them constantly shake them off. Casey, are their paws soft underneath? Yes, they are. And I think they also need their paws to be soft. Now, try and imagine this, Casey, in your head. When these lions are hunting, just imagine a full-grown lion on the hunt and in winter. If you think there's going to be a lot of dead grass and dead twigs, a lot of small branches that are on the ground. And if that lion puts the paw on top of that and it snaps, that sound that it makes can easily disturb the prey. But because the paws are very soft, so they absorb a little bit of that sound. It's almost as if they cushion up so that that branch or that small leaf that they go over doesn't make as much noise, which means that allows them to be a little bit more silent when they move and they are on that stealth mode. You can see that one young male, and you can tell that he's a young male if you look right in the middle there, and you can see his mane starting to come out. If you look in the middle of the head, you'll see it going down in a straight line towards the back. And those are very sharp teeth. Look at the ability for him to actually scratch behind his head with his hind leg. You could sit the whole day and watch lions, and you just watch them. Every now and again, they'll constantly keep moving. I think in the meantime, while we wait for any other interactions or activity with this pride, we'll send you guys to Mike and see what might be at the dam where he is.
We are at Leopard Dam. Just missed those elephants. They just made their way away from the water. You can still hear them rumbling. It was actually a female, a young calf, and one bull elephant. So I think that he has separated her from the herd and is trying to mate with her, or at least showing some interest, and she doesn't seem interested at all. She's out of here. But anyway, when we got here, I realized that there was some very fresh elephant mud-wallowing signs here. You can see this whole area in front of me has been absolutely smashed by elephants, and it's wet and sticky mud, black clay-like mud, which is exactly what they want to put on their bodies to cool them off and to keep them safe from the insects. But what's really interesting is that we filmed a segment here. We filmed Lagatha, that lioness, and a buffalo was walking in the side of the dam, and she was sitting on top of this termite mound. And I realized that when I got here, this termite mound has been absolutely hammered by the elephants. It's not really a termite mound anymore. This whole mound of earth that was here has been completely pushed away during the wet times, during all this rain we've had this year. The elephants have actually pushed, and they've created a bit of a sand bank over here to get to this sticky mud, but also to get to some of these roots, most likely. A lot of roots have exposed here. I can see they've been nibbling on. That's really interesting. It's amazing how a very wet year can change the whole layout of a reserve or an area or a dam simply by animals using it. Remember, this is mostly not filled this far for this long. Normally by now, this water has already gone down way past where we are now. What's interesting, you can also see a beautiful scratching post right here next to me. Just over there, you can see a lovely scratching post, which is probably an old tambuti or something like that. That's what most of these straight branches are around here. You can see that shiny bit right on the top there, where it's probably scratching right on the belly of an elephant. So it's really the perfect spot. Rule was saying he'd watch those lions the whole day, and tell you what, I could as well. Watch this waterhole the whole day. You look at the reflecting sky and all these dramatic clouds, the blues and the greys and the sun now coming out. Really a gorgeous scene. You can just start to hear some of the foam nest frogs coming out. Kelly, it totally is nice to be out on foot. I was actually thinking that when we were with Rockfig, how amazing it is to be out on foot. Just to be able to walk around, even if we don't find a lot of things to talk about when there's no signal or whatever, to be able to walk. You know, I always tell everyone that I'd love to spend the whole day at the dam and put a hammock out. So maybe on tomorrow morning's show, what we'll do, Niels and I will just come and put some hammocks up and just wait at the dam and see what comes down. But yeah, it's absolutely incredible to be able to touch and feel and listen without that engine. It's really a humbling experience. I'm sort of humbled by the way these blacksmith lapwings defend their nest. You can hear them in the background. Can you hear that sound? That is a pair of blacksmith lapwings who are nesting on a sandbank behind where Niels is filming from. So I can actually see them right now from where I'm sitting. And when we first got here, they flew in a big circle and started circling around us and even doing little dive bombs to try and say to us, don't come any closer. Now that they see that we've settled right over here and we're not going closer to their nest, they've calmed down. It's amazing, you know, we're massive compared to them. Oh, there's more elephants coming. More elephants coming down to the dam. When there's one, there's more. How lovely. Always a good bet on these hot, low-felt afternoons to sit at a dam, especially at this time of day now, and the sun's starting to go down. It's one lone elephant, and I'm almost certain that more must come soon. Amazing what you notice. I'm so thankful we've got our trusty backup film there. I would not have noticed this elephant coming. They've chosen that spot there because it's shallow and it's sandy. The water is invariably going to be a bit cleaner and easier to get to over there. On some of these steeper banks, it's usually quite muddy. And almost certainly, it's part of the same herd as that female and the youngster that ran off earlier. This elephant will probably follow them. Cheryl, from this distance, I don't think this elephant can even really see us as long as we don't move too much. The sun has gone behind some clouds. I'm wearing some muted colors. Niels is very well camouflaged amongst the thickets. So I don't think the elephant would see us as a threat, especially from the opposite side of the dam. However, if we were to stand up or move very quickly, or talk loudly, do all sorts of things, that elephant might become alarmed and then decide that it doesn't want to have anything to do with us and move off. So that's why we're not going to move from here. We're going to stay nice and quiet. So while we watch this elephant gently drinking at the dam wall of Leopard Dam, send you back over to Trushala.
Mike, I think you're gonna love bushwalk. You already said that you think you will. You know, it's got some elephants. I used to love bushwalk when we used to have it here. You can have the time of your life. Well, we've now moved on from Tingana for now. We just had to let, like I said, other people enjoy him too. He's still taking his time, slow movements, and he's still in Djuma, just in the north between Buffelsokatlan and the Firebreak. So now I'm on Gallagher shortcut, heading to the south. There were some elephants around this area, so I want to catch up with them. But I have told the other stations that if there is a space again, can we please join? So I look forward to seeing Tingana later tonight or later this evening. Again, that was just fantastic to watch him. Fantastic. What a scarcity of leopards does, you know, when we don't have lots of sightings, is that when you see them again, you have that excitement back. It's not like, oh, look at the leopard, and seen them before, you know, like 2 days ago, whatever. It puts that fire back in you. That's why I'm so happy that you all got to know that you've been asking about him. You could see for yourself. He looks excellent. He really, really does. With anything we can find, small, big, perhaps we'll go go check out. First, we'll go to Gallagher Pan and have a look there. If there's anything interesting going on. Then maybe Treehouse Dam, swing past in the area. Take it easy. I think it's a plan. Anyway, speaking of plans, let me send you over to Steve and see how he thinks it will be.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back live to Djuma. Well, we've picked up on tracks of that young male leopard, Shasha. This is Gary Main. His tracks go that way. Somewhere he was left somewhere around here on the fire break. Not very clear. There's his track over there. Getting straight across. I was just hoping to see maybe he's just in one of these tall trees. Across the boundary, everybody. Watch out. You never know. He might be visible. These are fresh. These tracks are very fresh. It's gone straight here into Little Gari at a place called Baboon Pan. Well, here's the way it works. Can you see this one here? Paul? This one's that's nicer track there. You see that? You see the back pad? Very clear. And the four toes. See how clear that is. It's fresh, 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 fresh. He's just walked here the last hour or so. There's been a few vehicles have driven on this main road, the normal game drive vehicles. The direction is that way. Okay, well, a lot of alarm calls happening just down here in the Mawati. So let's go along the boundary here. Maybe we'll be lucky.
Sorry guys, I'm sure Steve will be back in no time. Don't worry, the lions haven't got him. I think since his epic lion encounter, shall we say, everyone's like, is he okay? He's been tracking. But he'll be fine. He'll be back in no time. Let's have a nice look here. Oh no, wildebeestie. Fine, I'll go over to the other side. Hello, beastie. Don't you guys splendid? Some off there to the right. There's a nice little herd here. Everybody's having a grand time, at least in my opinion. I thought I just heard some vervet monkeys alarming. I'm just going to be quiet. Let's enjoy the scenery. So I want to listen out for some alarm calls. Oh, look at this. There's nothing I can see that can compete with his size. Look at that. Hello, big boy. He's right behind the... Hello, I know. You see us, you're not sure what we are. We're the one thing altogether that could possibly compete with his size. No, only just a fraction of his size. He's actually quite a gentleman. I'm sorry I scolded you. You didn't deserve it. I promise you it was a soft one. Anyway, let me send you over to Ngala with the bird. I'm going to catch up with our bull.
You know, it is unbelievable. This is my first time on this property to see this bird that is perched right at the top of that tree. And there sits a secretary bird. That is a beautiful bird with a little crest behind the head, red around the eye, a little bit of yellow towards the edge of the beak, and the black just behind it. And I think right now with the sunlight shining on it, just makes it even more. You can easily see that long crest behind the head there now that it's looking down. That is a beautiful bird. You know, quite surprisingly, these guys have also just entered the red data list of endangered species. For now, they're still vulnerable. So, we're quite fortunate to actually be seeing one. And you can certainly hear in the background beneath where that secretary bird is perched, there is a huge herd of impala and some zebra there, and as well as some wildebeest behind, and you can hear that rutting sound. It is unbelievable, the sound that comes out of these impalas. And if you, for the first time in the bush, and you just stranded out here at night and you hear that sound, you might actually think that there is a very ferocious animal that is lurking behind the bush. And this is all unfolding underneath that secretary bird that is just perched up there. I think it's also perched up there looking for potential prey. Mostly snakes and any other insects, small reptiles and small mammals that they can get. And I think that height of that tree in particular gives them the advantage of seeing and scanning the ground. You can hear the impala still going, eh? All right, I think let's leave this one bird perched up there, and in the meantime we'll send you guys to Tswalu for another large bird for you guys.
Welcome to Tswalu again. We have a Kori bustard. Just gonna try reverse and reposition. It's moving about, foraging. One of the bigger birds that we get around here. Let's see if we can get a better view from here. Moving, still moving. It's actually known as a royal bird in Botswana, and it's also on the Botswana notes. That's their currency, the pula. You find this bird on it. It's quite a majestic bird, the heaviest flying bird also. Just trying to reposition here. Every time we go back, it goes behind the bush. We go forward, it goes the opposite. It's almost like it knows that we're looking for it. Come on. Okay. Let's try a bit further on. Now it's going into the distance. I think we're gonna lose it. We can. Yeah, it's going further into the distance. Now I've lost it, BK. Just give it a minute and see. The last I had of it was just behind those bushes. There's two of them. It looks like a male and a female. They're foraging, but obviously wherever the female goes, the male is following.
On the 27th of April, WildEarth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what WildEarth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. We are offering a 20% discount on all books bought before the end of March. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
It's the month of March and WildEarth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the WildEarth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at WildEarth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you're going to have to register on the website. But once registered, just head on over to the live safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
Beautiful, beautiful colors here. We've been following our bull, but now he's gone past us to the bush braai site because he felt like maybe it smelled a little bit like braai. We're just enjoying these really amazing rays of sunshine that is falling on us at the moment. It's just making the tops of all the grasses illuminate. It's just stunning, stunning, stunning. It's so soft. It's that winter type of sun. Look at that. Look at the tops of the grass. It looks magical. As in, like some sort of magic forest. Hi, Jackson. You'd like to know what the best part about being a safari guide is? It's quite simply, it's spending time with animals. It's not, like, you know, a particular activity or anything like that. It's just spending time with animals. When I was a child, that's all I wanted to do. And it felt like as I started to grow up, felt like a fantasy that I could do that I could spend time with animals and then actually that be my job, you know. And then I did. It was amazing. So I love that. I sometimes think if I had to go back 20 years and tell my younger self, yeah, you actually will be able to spend this time with the animals and you'll be able to share it with a whole lot of people, I think she would probably cry. And wouldn't believe me. Alright, let us head down the road a little bit. I will tell you before we get our hopes up too much that the Tingana sighting is still pretty full. And it still looks like there are other vehicles who are interested. So I really hope we'll get to see him again, but I cannot guarantee. That magic is just slipping away now. But does it ever truly slip away? No, it doesn't. But that magical look is just slipping away. Everything was yellow. Everything was yellow. It was amazing. So pretty. I'll enjoy it for all of you. Deal? All right, let me send you over to Ruel. He wants to give you an update. I hope that he will tell you how beautiful it is too.
You can see you still have the zebra there. And the impalas as well. It's interesting what's been happening. Look at that, when the zebra uses the tail, you could see the dust coming off. I think that's the one that was rolling there. And down there we have got that one wildebeest that has been making that noise earlier on, and you can see where he's sitting down there. He's just resting. I think it's been rather a long day. I don't really see a lot of wildebeest where we are. And it's just that I think there might be just him in this place. But I do know that even if it's him, it also means that this is his territory. So what the bulls have adapted to doing in this part of the region is to establish a territory where there's nice open areas like this, where they can sleep at night, and there's plenty of grass in the territory, and that territory must be relatively close to water, and there is a dam nearby. And then the females and the young move according to where there is the best of those. So if in his territory he runs out of food or he runs out of water, the females will move on to find a place where there is water, and that leaves him behind in his territory. This would also explain why when you are out in the parks or anywhere else, you'd sometimes find one wildebeest on his own. So he's in his territory, and the females have moved to a place where they'll find water or food or what they're trying to find in his territory. And all he does is sit and wait and hope that the females will come back. If you look in these horns, you'll see there's a bird that's perched there in between there. I'm thinking that could be one of the oxpeckers looking to grab the last few chicks before the sun goes down. You can see how magical that sunlight is, that golden color that is coming onto them before the sun goes down. You can see next to him there's like 2 impala rams there. I think the color right now is extraordinary. And if you look at the edges of these animals, and if you look at the edges of the color right at the tip of that mane or that fur on the zebra, you can see how much ticks they've got, or how many oxpeckers, they have on them, just so that when trying to shake them off. If you look at that ginger color at the tip of the mane, I'm not sure if you guys may have noticed this, but the stripes on the zebra go all the way up the mane. If you have a proper look, you'll see what I like the best is the shape of the stripes on the zebra's face. If you look at this one that's looking at us, it's incredible. All right. I think we'll send you guys over to Mike for now, and then we'll spend a little more time here and enjoy this.
Well, we're not even looking in a tree, we're looking through a tree. So we found this amazing marula tree which had a bit of damage, and then as we looked closer, we saw it was actually filled with water, which is quite amazing. Now, this marula tree has been hammered by elephants in the past. You can see there's actually all the bark has been stripped off, and what's probably happened here is that some damage happened when an elephant was feeding on it, and doing that meant that it was now able to be attacked by things like fungus and insects and other creatures, and so in doing so it's created this hollow inside there. Now, it's not only collecting points for water, we also saw there was some squirrels living in here. So it's actually probably one of the places they might have actually kept their nuts and seeds as a larder. It's now filled up with water, which they might well be able to drink. So it's almost like a little self-contained unit. They've got water, they've got food, they've got home and shelter. It's pretty amazing. As you can see, the whole area here is absolutely littered with the remnants of elephants feeding on it. Now, this is not fresh, and certainly you can see all around by my feet here the leftovers of this elephant having fed on. They don't want the bark itself. What they want is the cambium layer. So here's actually one just over here which has been chewed up a little bit, just over here. So this is what the elephants are actually after. This material, this reddish material, that is fibrous and it's filled with moisture and juice, which is probably full of sap and sugary nutrients. Now, this tree is definitely in a bit of a poor situation where it is now. It's exposed, it's got half of its heartwood has been eaten out, but marula trees have been known to survive things like this. They can regrow their cambium. Now, this is an extremely large piece that's been chopped off, so it's maybe unlikely that this one will survive. It's most likely going to succumb to wind or an elephant pushing against it or something like that, now that it's been weakened with whatever was eating it here. But nonetheless, a fascinating thing to see a tree surviving and actually thriving with no bark. It's actually got some nutrient transporting materials inside. Nancy, it's not nutritious for us to eat, although it probably won't kill us, but we might even be able to survive on it. It'll have sugars in it. But humans use this more for medicinal purposes. If I would take this bark, strip it off underneath and find that cambium, the very thing that the elephants are looking for, and then you can find just underneath that, there's a dark reddish, almost looks like blood-colored juice or sap. And if I rub that sap on a wound or a sore, especially something like a itchy bite from maybe if a caterpillar rolled on your skin, hairy caterpillars, put that on, it will relieve the itch. It's got very strong antihistamine properties, so that's why we use it, but not so much for eating. Unfortunately, the fruits, however, very good. The fruits are delicious. I don't know if you've ever had a chance to try some. There's none at the moment. The season is finished. But the fruits from these trees are very sought after. In fact, it's probably the first reason why the elephants came to this very tree. See there. Beautiful water collected. Oh, there's actually a hairy caterpillar right there. Look. That. Rodents probably won't feed on this, but things like caterpillars, like this one that we're seeing right here in front of us, probably will feed on some of this cambium layer and some of this dead tree bark. Maybe not so much the caterpillars, they like the leaves, but things like millipedes might feed on them. Detritivores that eat decomposers, that eat dead plant material, even termites, for example. But this hairy caterpillar that you see here, this thing has a defense mechanism. So these hairs will be able to probably put some sort of a toxic substance in my skin, which will make me itch. Now, the bottom of our hand has got thick skin, so it's unlikely that it will hurt me on the bottom. But if I would rub it on the back of my hand, it almost certainly would cause me a great concern. But luckily, we've got marula here, which will help to relieve the pain or the uncomfortable itchiness. How spectacular. But alas, we have to leave this caterpillar. We're very far from the car, and we need to start making our way back before it gets dark, because we've seen lots of elephants around. And this poor little caterpillar is also looking for a place for shelter, perhaps even in this hollow tree. Hopefully, he will be able to survive the night, finding himself a nice little shelter. In the meantime, we'll send you over to Ngala, who's enjoying a gorgeous sunset.
I tell you what, this will never get old. If you look at that sunset, exactly at the tip of the tree is where that secretary bird is perched. And this beautiful color that we have is just incredible. If you look at the color on the clouds, the silhouette of the trees, now there you can slowly see the shape of the secretary bird. And if you look carefully, you can actually see the sun going down. Guys, this is just amazing. Look at that. How beautiful actually is that color when it hits on the zebra's skin. You can see on that zebra, there's that oxpecker trying to sneak its way to between the legs there, because that's where most of the ticks are. You can see the other one underneath, and the one trying to get into the ear, and just the one there by the throat. This is beautiful. I think we'll send you guys now for the time being, over to Tswalu. I think they have a very big bird to show you guys.
Still on big birds, what we have here is a common ostrich, the male common ostrich, walking, not foraging as much. There is a female around in the vicinity. I'm hoping she's going to be catching up just now. Very interesting. If you look at the coloration, you would see the female being much duller, almost like a gray color as compared to the male that we just saw earlier. BK is heading right to him there, being much dark and black and having the wing tips being white. And you'll see towards the rump there, or towards the tail, it's been stained by the red Kalahari soil. It's just stopped behind the bush there. You'll see it as it comes out. There you see the rich red that has been stained from the soil. Almost a 2-meter tall bird that we're looking at. It's quite in a distance right now. When we first found these two, we thought there was a possibility of them nesting somewhere there. The female was lying flat, but it doesn't look like it. They're moving on, going away from where we thought the nest could be. I've lost the female. Vinny, why they don't have feathers on their necks? If you look at the way the animal is being built, the neck actually has smaller feathers than what you would actually see, and they're not growing as big because they have to go down to forage, so those feathers would get stuck in the grasses, in the bushes, and so on as they forage. There's the female trying to catch up. Look at how quick those feet move. Wow, covering distance. Look at that. Now you know why they're so quick. Very tall legs, compensating for having no flight, so that they can get away from predators. I've actually seen cheetah try chase them. It's quite an interesting challenge for the cheetah as well. Gives them a run for their money. But as we were saying about why they don't have feathers on the neck is because of that. It would infringe in their feeding patterns and so on. And hence also, if you look at how the feet are, it's leathery, almost scale looking.
Very, very, very.
Heather, are ostrich bigger than emus? Indeed they are. Emus would be almost 2/3 of the size of a common ostrich. So you're looking at about 1.5 meters in length, whereas the ostrich is almost 2 meters, or on average 2 meters from toe to top of the head. So yes, emus would be much smaller than your common ostrich. And also, again, emus not being really a species that you get, an African species. So yeah, good comparison though, because they would be animals or birds that get the same niche but at different geographical positions. So from here we're going to be heading onto a watering hole. We're going to try see what we can get, as the sun would be also starting to go a little bit down. Hopefully something is coming to drink there, and over to another very beautiful location in Africa.
Welcome to Chitwa, everybody, where there's lots of noises of the night. So I'm going to just be quiet for a moment. Now,
Our lives are dictated by alarm clocks, traffic jams, constant multitasking, and countless distractions. The wilderness is where many of us feel the most human. On a bushwalk, we become part of the natural landscape. As you step off the vehicle, everything comes alive. As with any risky experience, walking amongst these animals inspires awe and appreciation. Now, it's your turn to go on a bushwalk. Join us from Pride Lands as we slow down our thoughts, put aside our distractions, and reconnect with a place that first taught us how to be human.
For all of you WildEarth explorers who bought plaques, today is the day that you will make your very first safari on our vehicle. Because we are quite remote here in the bush, they have taken some time to arrive, but I am happy to say they are here and they look great. Marcel has spent the day attaching them. Let's take a look.
Before we mount these nameplates, we just give a light dusting of green paint. This is to better match them to the color of the vehicles and also to decrease the reflectivity of the metal and thereby staying sensitive towards the animals.
Bumbo crew, hopefully, Dan Black, Liesel Apgar, and Alicia George. Well, it's time for me to get ready to take you all on a safari. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at andBeyond in Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through andBeyond in Ngala on WildEarth. Send me live questions through the WildEarth website and I'll answer them live from the African.
Welcome back live to Chitwa, where it is just too gorgeous to go anywhere else. Now, another reason for us sitting here is the Ngala Pride is somewhere nearby. Some tracks we had a little while ago. No one found them this morning, but they're between the block here. So we're just going to stay here and listen. There's a very good chance that if they are just between the block here, they're going to come down to the water to have a drink. Giving Paul free license to be as artistic as he can be. Splendid images here this afternoon. Sometimes in life we must just remember to take that deep breath and just let it all out. All those little things that just hold on to us really aren't that important. Peg, you say we don't often see lions by watering holes. I've seen quite a few in my day. Quite a few here as well. It's a good place to find them. You might not see them as often in the summer months because there's water all over the place. In the winter months, watering holes is where you go to find your lions. They obviously go there for the purposes of drinking, but then also the fact that many of their prey come down to drink. It's a nice place to lie up in ambush. We track them to and from water all the time. We might not always find them there, but they definitely do visit them regularly. And we're hoping tonight is going to be one of those nights. It's been way too long since I've seen the Djuma Pride. A couple of Shangaan voices there from the housekeepers on the other side doing some cleaning. Landi, you know if the hippos will stay in Chitwa as long as there's water? Yes, of course, this is a prime sort of spot for them. I haven't seen Chitwa dry up. Obviously they come out at night to feed, but this is a prime bit of real estate. All the other watering holes I know of on Djuma dry up in the winter. This year I don't foresee them drying up. Hippos demand or rely heavily on permanent water. And if a watering hole dries up, it's not that favourable for them. Yeah, we're probably going to stay a moment longer enjoying the scene. Hopefully the lions pop out somewhere while we send you over to Tswalu Kalahari.
Look what we have here. Before I get into detail with what we have in front of us here, how many collective nouns of giraffe do we know? I know a couple, but I would be interested to hear what the viewers at home know them as a collective. I've heard different opinions and so on. Some saying when they're standing, some say when they're walking, this is applicable, that's not applicable. So it would be interesting for me to learn from the viewers and to get what the viewers know. There's also an oryx coming by also. So this is the watering hole I was telling you guys about. So it looks like the animals are coming for the last drink before their night falls upon them. Very interesting. Look at that. BK, I'm going to ask you to go a little bit in on those ones, just spreading the legs there and starting to go down. Look at that. I mean, it looks like quite an intricate move for them to go down and drink. I mean, they have to make absolutely sure that they are safe before they start going down like that, because they can be very vulnerable with a pose like that, having to spread those legs as far as they do, and then taking the neck all the way down to drink. But yeah, let's have a minute and just watch how they approach the water. And what they do before they start drinking. Look at that. I mean, it looks almost uncomfortable for them to even go to the depth of going down like that. Slowly they come, one at a time drinking. It's again safety, that's all it is. Look at that. And when they are unsure, they go halfway and come all the way back, and they'll start all over again. Have to be absolutely sure before they do it. The oryx is waiting, patiently waiting his turn. He's not going to force himself in there. There's a few giants. Thank you very much, Mikanova. A journey is the first collective noun that we're getting. I'm still waiting for others to hear what other viewers would say. There's actually a very small giraffe also there. BK, if you look to the left, yes, there we are. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. It's nice to see new life. So we've got a journey, we've got a tower. Keep them rolling, keep them rolling. Let's hear what you guys know. I might learn a thing or two today. Interesting enough, now that we're viewing those young ones there, actually when giraffes are born, they're born at a height of just over a meter and a half, and they actually fall. It's a free fall, and they land like that. So the fall is just enough to make that snap or that jolt, to cut the umbilical cord. And that's what gives them almost like the wake-up call for them to take that first breath of life. And then they are in Africa, the wildest Africa. Still waiting for those collective nouns. Keep them rolling. Lucas, a head of giraffe. So far we're on 3. We've got a journey, a tower, and a herd. And I think they're all right. I believe they're all right. So look at how they all taking turns drinking. Carol, a troop of giraffe. My, let's keep hearing them. Beautiful sunlight also coming through now. Can almost see how the light is starting to change. A party of giraffe, white mane. So we've got a troop, a party, a tower, a herd. I like this. I like this. I'll tell you one that I know, and that took me a long time before I actually believed it. It's a kaleidoscope of giraffe. That took me a while to actually believe it, but then I went into detail trying to figure out why they would call it a kaleidoscope, and it makes sense. I mean, kaleidoscope refers to color, refers to beauty, refers to, and look at how elegant these animals are. So there's another one that I would add to the whole names or the collective nouns that we are coming with this afternoon. Guys, thank you very much for those collective nouns. I've learned one or two. Look at that oryx there chewing the card. We're going to stick a little bit more longer here, but while we do that, I'm going to be sending you off to another very beautiful location in Africa.
Guess where we are. We've made our way to the hyena den. It's just feeding time. Heart's there with her daughter. Ribbon is in front here with her two boys. And Intima suckling her little one off to the left. So it's just feeding time at the den. Isn't this quite cute? I think so. Now, Tingana has moved to an area that we won't be able to follow him. But I'm really glad that we managed to spend that time with him. And at least we can know that he's happy, or well, healthy, rather. He looks happy, in my opinion. And hopefully we'll see him again. It was awesome to spend that time with him. And now we get to spend some time with other prominent characters here in WildEarth. Here comes Heart and Gingerika. Somebody's squealing, give me more milk. Look at her trying to still suckle from Heart. What a story. Look at this. Look at all the stretches. Look at them all together. It looks so lovely. What a tantrum. This girl following her mother like that. She's growling behind us. We're losing a bit of light. So we're going to go into infrared so we can have a clearer view. Thank you, thank you. Off they go. At least we got to spend some time with them, right? That was really, really interesting. One's just sat down right behind us, and there's somebody underneath our cart. Thank you, Johan. Just had to chase there. Ah, the duties of a WildEarth cameraman. Vernon, you say the sounds are incredible. There's so many of them. They have numerous calls, over 20 different calls, all signifying different things. That call is a very specific sound for animals or hyenas that are wanting to feed and on being pushed away. Listen. You'll also see that their ears will be flat. So instead of, if you're drawing their head, instead of there being a bump for the ears, then the head, then another bump, it's kind of a straight line because the ears become flat on either side. Hello, little. Oh, you're not fussy. No, you didn't fuss. Your mom stopped feeding you. You didn't fuss, did you? Mandy, you'd like to know what is the most interesting fact that I know about hyenas. That's such a difficult one because they're so interesting and there's so many amazing things about them. You're making me choose, Mandy. I think that there's a couple great things that come to mind. One is the percentage of their body weight that is dedicated to the heart. It's 1%. Whereas, for example, a lion is about 4.5 to 5%. 0.45 to 0.5%. So a hyena's heart to body ratio is double that of a lion. I think that's amazing, and that speaks to their stamina, their ability to keep on going. So does their nostrils. They have very, very large nostrils, and that makes sense. Large nostrils so you can breathe better, and a large heart to pump that blood. Your heart to body ratio is also about 0.3 to 0.4%. Definitely not up to 1% like a hyena. The other very cool thing is that hyenas have a very similar placental structure that very similar to our own. It's quite an invasive placenta, and when I say invasive, it means that a lot of the blood and chemicals that are shared between mum and fetus, there's very few barriers between it. So those few barriers mean that the babies, the whole placenta and the fact that the baby exists is a lot more invasive and intensive to the mum. And that's quite important because it also speaks to the amount of different hormones that get passed from mum to cub, and specifically the androgens with hyenas. So I find that very interesting too. Fraser, you asked if they're nocturnal. Not specifically. You'll find that they will be definitely active at night. Pleasure, much different to Fraser. Sorry, Pleasure. But you would like to know if they're nocturnal. They definitely do move about a lot at night. And if I had to strictly say what they were, and I could have no gray area, I would say, okay, yeah, they're most active at night. But that doesn't mean that they're inactive in the day. You've seen in the mornings we come here, they're active.
magical moment. Speaking of that, magical. Look at the color. Look at that. Just as the sun is about to go down, if I didn't know better, I would say this was a movie. Wow. Doesn't get realer than that. Beautiful. Wow. Epic moment. As they call it, the golden hour. You can understand why. Look at the dust also coming through. Wow. One of my favorite times of the day. This time where the sun is just about to go down and early morning when the sun is just coming up. Those are the best times. Listen to the sounds. There's a canoe calling in the distance. Beautiful BK. Look at that movement. It's like a beauty contest. All left, all right. All in sync. See, every now and then they go down. Something just spooked them there. Maybe a bird. I think it was a bird that spooked them there. Just came flying by very quickly.
Our lives are dictated by alarm clocks, traffic jams, constant multitasking, and countless distractions. The wilderness is where many of us feel the most human. On a bushwalk, we become part of the natural landscape. As you step off the vehicle, everything comes alive. As with any risky experience, walking amongst these animals inspires awe and appreciation. Now, it's your turn to go on a bushwalk. Join us from Pride Lands as we slow down our thoughts, put aside our distractions, and reconnect with a place that first taught us how to be human. Staying one step ahead is the key to survival out in the African wild. And now you can stay in front of the pack with a WildEarth weekly newsletter. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you will get exclusive behind-the-scenes stories about your favorite guides and camera operators. Information about our upcoming plans and projects will be delivered to your inbox every week before anyone else. And you can hone your guiding skills by taking part in our Identify Me nature quizzes. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
Hello, I'm Marna, your WildEarth safari guide from andBeyond Ngala. What I really like about connecting with WildEarth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly, and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the WildEarth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on WildEarth.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Still continuing on that beautiful moment. Look at that. I mean, the amount of color that comes through is just insane. Look at that. The blue, the orange, the black, the silhouettes. Just poetic. Wow. It's like your eyes have to adjust just to take it all in. Beautiful. So fortunate to be in a place like this. Cameron, you are right. Tswalu is always like a painting, and that's why I've always said in the kind of work that I do, I'm fortunate enough that I never have to paint my background. My office painting changes every day without an effort, without doubt, and you are never disappointed in the paint work. It's amazing. So privileged. Pride myself in that, actually. Wonders of nature. Look at that. Females there. Biggest giveaway is the ossicones. Those protrusions coming out of the head. Look at how thin they are. With tufts of hair on top. And that's how you can tell from a distance, or that kind of a distance, if it's male or female. The males would have those thicker ossicones that would, over time, go bald on top because of necking. When they swing those necks and start fighting and sparring, that's what picks their hair off or brushes their hair off their ossicones. A very peaceful evening. As these giraffes slowly start moving away from us, we will be sending you over to a very beautiful location in Africa.
You can see these animals are all now starting to move and all yawning. Like we saw the other one earlier on. I think they're also going to join up with those two lionesses that left. There are, however, still a few animals that are left on the other side. and it will be interesting because now I can hear from far there's hyena audio, and I think in the direction that they're moving in is that exact direction where they heard the wildebeest earlier on. If you guys remember when they all suddenly lifted up their heads. So they're moving in that direction. Regardless, there is that huge herd of impala and wildebeest and zebra that we saw with that beautiful sunset, and that is exactly in the same direction that these lions are moving in. Of course, they might change direction along the way, but for now, that's the direction that they're heading in. As you can see, these ones that are left behind here, our one in the back there looks like to be one of those young males. You can see the mane starting to show. In fact, both of them are young males. And they are very close to our boundary road, so if they keep moving east further, we might lose them and they might cross out of our property. But for now, I think we're going to enjoy them and just stay with them and see where they go. After watching them the whole afternoon while they were lying down, it would be nice to watch them and see when they walk through the bushes. We'll see there's a third, and I think it's also a young male coming to join up with these two. It is a beautiful evening there, Peter, and I, on the other hand, I would love for you to actually come and join us. Of course, it is also nice that we have these lions with us at the moment. Just watching them move around in their natural habitat is amazing. Look at those three young males. Hey Samantha, you're asking why is it that these lions are yawning so much? They've been lying down the whole afternoon, and now they're starting to be active and get up, and they are ready to move about. So remember, lions are active at night and they rest during the whole day, hence they are nocturnal. So it's like when you wake up in the morning and you stretch, and then you yawn, and then you go out, and then you're a little bit tipsy. And these lions are yawning, showing signs of them also getting up and being active, because they've been resting the whole day, and now they just want to stretch and yawn, and then get on the move. Even though we can't see for now the rest of the Pride members, I believe that these young males know exactly where the rest of the Pride is. Eventually they'll get up and start moving, and also move in that direction. You can see every now and again they keep turning their heads and looking towards they're right there. And that's the direction where those other animals went. I think now these young males are still sitting here. We'll wait for a while, and in the meantime, I'll send you guys over to Tswalu.
The wildebeest that was calling earlier, just before the giraffe left the waterhole, has blessed us with its presence. Now what he's doing there is a bit of what we call geophagia, eating a bit of sand. Geo obviously coming from earth, and phagia is the eating off, and that's what he's basically doing right there. Very essential for them to do that, supplementing their diet with the natural minerals that comes from the soil. And obviously we would like to think that after that he would probably go for a drink. Also being bothered by flies, louse flies to be more specific. It looks like actually it's a remnant of a salt lick where he is. So that's why the sound or the soil there would be. Look at that. He's really digging deep in there. Juan is a male wildebeest territorial. Yes, indeed. And that's why in most cases you see male wildebeest alone. So what they would often do is males would come together, have a little bit of a sparring or sometimes even a much serious fight, and they would protect small areas called leks, L-E-K. It's a very small area, and they would wait for females to come by. And with those leks, what they would try to do is try to keep the females as long as they can in that particular area. You're looking at a very small area, probably a 50 by 50 or maybe a little bit more than that. Maybe call it 100 by 100, and you find them isolated in almost spaced out in the fields or in the area, and they'll always be challenging each other, trying to make it bigger and so on. And obviously the more dominant the male would be, the bigger his lek could end up being, probably a couple of 100 meters for an individual that is very, very dominant. So they will be very opportunistic in the sense that they'll try make a lek in an area where there's good food and probably where it leads to where there's water. So the females would be almost forced to go through those small little areas. So yes, wildebeest are very territorial in that sense, and you'd often also see them marking and rubbing against trees where their legs are. So they've got little glands just underneath or just where the eye is situated. They'll rub that part on the trees or on the vegetation around, and that leaves his smell there to say that is his. But what also happens is between the horns, they would rub that little gland also right between the two horns and make sure that there's no ignorance for any other male coming through. I see BK there was trying to capture a special moment again, but something just happened there. Not too sure what happened there, but there we are on the mountains. Just giving you a different perspective of where the sun had set to those mountains are behind us, by the way. So it's just to give you the two contrast colors of the horizon. So on the one end, that's the mountains there, and on the other end would be where the wildebeestes had gone. So we'll send you over to another very beautiful location.
I am on a bit of a bumble this evening, as I have been the whole day. But the adults had left the den, so we were out too. Let's see. So I'm gonna now see what's on Zoe's road. Let's just have a look onto this side. Thank you, Johan. There we go. Well, Western quarantine, it's always a good bet. But last night when we were looking for Milwaukee on this road, I saw quite a few chameleons and 2 bush babies. So I'm going to continue down on this road and see if they'll still be around. I mean, even if we find anything else exciting on this road, I'd be happy. At night, there's such a change, things that we can see. And I really like that. It's almost as if drive starts again. Safari starts again for that last hour. Like it's a different show. Well, while I look for whatever little things I can find or big things I can find, Ngala has their lions, so go over and enjoy.
You can see these young males haven't moved. Well, the 3 that we were looking at earlier on have moved and followed on. And when we were about to turn around, and there's still a few more lions that are left here. There's still 2 more. And I think on the other side of the vehicle, there's also 2 more lions there just next to the road. You can see the head of that one way in a distance over there, just behind the grass. And if you go there, you see at the bottom of your screen, there's another one lying down. And I think there's quite a few that are still in this area. So we'll wait, because they're also going to head out to join up. Ian, do male lions roar more than females do? Yes, male lions mostly are the ones that roar a lot more than the females do. But it's also because the males need to constantly announce their presence in their territory. So while they're scent marking and patrolling, roaring also helps because the sound of their voice can help to repel predators. You can imagine if there is a young male lion moving towards that territory and all of a sudden he just hears this huge male roaring. You can imagine how he would get that panic to think that might actually not be the best place to visit. So it also helps to repel or to chase off other predators or to frighten, let me just rather say. So male lions roar a lot more, but females do roar as well sometimes, especially if they are with the males and they start roaring. I've seen it on multiple occasions. So, but the males are the ones that do the roar the most. So we still at least have about 4 lions, if not more, that are still in this place. And you can see on your screen how at this time the color of that lion looks just like the grass or the plants. But what sticks out is that black at the tip of the ear. So it's one way they also get to see each other at night, especially when it gets dark and they're moving through tall grass, because that black color sticks out and it stands out. It's easier to see it, and that's how they're able to pinpoint the position of the other pride members. And you'll notice that it's also at the tip of the tail. And when they're walking, they're busy moving the tail and swinging it upwards. And that movement there also helps. Heather, you're asking if it ever gets dangerous with lions being a guide. And I'll tell you 101% yes. And in fact, it gets dangerous with almost every single wild animal out here. And it's good when you're working out here to never let your guard down or get too comfortable, because at the end of the day, these are wild animals. They are untamed or trained animals that we just happen to walk around. So it can be dangerous, but there are warnings and signs and certain behaviors that you just need to look out for in order to be able to avoid any of those situations. You can imagine when we and the trekkers go down on foot to track the lions, and we follow nothing but the tracks on the road, and these animals walk off the road and we trek and walk on the trail, or the trekkers do that. You just have to have your senses up and your awareness needs to be sharp, and it can be dangerous at times. I believe you're asking when will the young male lions go to get their own pride. So I'll say there is no guarantee to start with that these young males will have a pride of their own. And in fact, there is no guarantee that they will survive. So that will depend on how well they do together as a team once they get kicked out of the pride. Because when I look at them now, I'm thinking they're somewhere just around 2 years or heading towards 2.5, because the mane is just starting to come out. So if they get kicked out, and I think I've counted at least 5 or 6 of them, and they all live together, because now, since they were cubs, they've been playing together, and all they know is each other. And they have that strong bond of friendship and brothership between themselves. And when they leave, because they all get kicked out, they all stick together. And that actually improves their chances to survive. But remember that when they leave the pride's territory, everywhere else that they will go is another lion's territory. And should that male find them there, he's going to do worse than what their own pride could have done. So in short, they have to keep hiding for so many years, at least 3 or 4 more years, before they can be strong enough or old enough to take over a territory. So along the way, they might lose 1 or 2 of these because they'll constantly keep getting into fights. So they might lose 1 or 2 of their brothers. Depending on the number of males there will be when they reach their prime, and if they survive through that nomadic stage, then and only then will they maybe attempt to take over a territory. And sometimes lions go through that nomadic stage and they even die without getting to that stage where they take over a territory.
On the 27th of April, WildEarth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what WildEarth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. We are offering a 20% discount on all books bought before the end of March. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
WildEarth explorer Jenny recently joined Tristan as he broadcast live from Djuma.
Awesome to kind of have a guest on board. I'm looking forward to this. This is Jenny.
Hi everyone.
And Jenny is the first of our Ticket to Dream holders.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Literally being with Tristan on the vehicle today has been incredible. It has truly been a dream come true.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
I would highly recommend being a part of the Explorer program and being able to be a part of an interactive live drive.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how WildEarth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
We have found one of our favorite creatures to see in the evenings. It is a flap-necked chameleon. It's just turned its head away from us and suddenly interested in something next to it. Apparently quite a long way next to it. Their tongue is double their body size, so maybe just it looks proportionately away from him. But actually he could get it. Who knows? It's quite a small one. It's only about 10 centimeters. Look at how well it blends in. It's actually a very similar size to the guari. It's looking at this praying mantis. That is a while away from you, chameleon. Your tongue is not going to make that reach. very cute, this one. It's not the smallest, it's the third smallest I've seen. We found it yesterday when we were looking for more wati, and we came through and we saw this exact one. Exact same spot too. Must like this spot. Do you like its shoe? Doesn't it look like its leg is poking out with the shoe pointed? Hi Leslie, you'd like to know if chameleons are nocturnal? No, they're not. They're diurnal. They're just easier to find at night so they're going to be in one spot. During the day, they'll be moving around their bush or several bushes in their immediate area, so they're more difficult to spot. And they're also, because of the light, it's the sunlight, and it's even all over the bush, it's difficult to see them. But with the spotlight, it's easy to see them because the color is not uniform because it's an artificial light. So it's easy to find them at night. But they'll forage during the day and go about their business. Being reptiles, it's very difficult. Not impossible by any stretch, but it's difficult to be a nocturnal reptile because you are regulating all your body's processes, all your metabolism, everything is regulated by your ambient temperature, and in the evenings it's cold. So it can be difficult. But like I said, not by any stretch impossible, just difficult for a reptile. For example, we see puff adders all the time in the evenings. Just depends. Oh, you want to move? Colts, man. You'd like to know if they're endangered or they're just really good at hiding. Certainly not endangered. And yes, they're very good at hiding. But they're not endangered. In fact, if it would be... lots of biodiversity surveys are done in areas like this, and they actually have quite a high density. I think it was something like 80 chameleons per square kilometer. I can't remember if it was in this area or in KZN, but definitely the density of chameleons is quite high. It's just a matter of being able to find them because they hide very well, or blend in very well. I think it's ambitious thought of going for that little mantid is slowly moving away. James, now you say that you can't unsee the shoe now. I know! It's like he's a dancing chameleon. And got lovely lines, I must say. Could point his toes just a little bit more, but the line is beautiful. Like high tops. It's wearing high tops and skinny legs. I know, I can't unsee it either. Why, hello there. Oh. Oh! Whoa! Whoa! Well, that was amazing. Okay, well now I'm going to send you over to Steve for a quick update. See what he's getting up to.
Welcome back to Djuma, everybody. Well, we didn't find any lions in that block, or they didn't come out. But we've gotten back onto Djuma and found some lion tracks heading north along our eastern side. So, unfortunately, the ground is incredibly hard. Needs to be dragged or something. It's nearly impossible to see any tracks on the roads at the moment after the rains. So you find some sandy patches and you get a track, and that's all we got to go with. Now it's a guessing game, and I'm going to say left. What do you feel? Left? I'm feeling right now. Feeling right. Let's go up this way. No tracks whatsoever. There's a nice muddy patch at the bottom of the road. Got some tracks. Heading north-ish, whatever that means, sort of north and east. There's a nice sandy patch. If there's tracks, we will see them. Pride lion is normally quite easy to see where they've gotten to, if they're walking in the road, that is. At this time, they normally do. They cover a bit of distance walking in the road. But while we try to track down these trackless cats, I sent you over to andBeyond and Ngala, who's obviously already got theirs.
You can see, looks like these lions have scattered all over this place, and it's really hard for now because we've been here for quite some time, and earlier on we were with that lioness, and the other one, there's a few that went up to join. We're not really sure if they actually joined up with the rest of the lions there, because there's still at least 3 or 4 animals left here. The other young male got up and also moved in that direction. So it's quite interesting to see, because now some of the animals are moving and some of them are left behind. So the question is, how long will it take these to get up to go and join? When I looked at that female earlier on, I could see that her stomach was a bit curved inwards, which meant that she was hungry. So I think that could be driving her and the rest of the Pride members that have left a bit earlier. And sometimes when they make a kill and they eat, more lions feed more than others do, because remember, the eating becomes the competition. So I think maybe these lions will move. I'm just worried that by the time these guys get up to move, those other ones will be quite far away. So we're still sitting with them for the next little while, just to see what they do. At what age does a male lion get its full mane? Well, it's different because sometimes the gene pool is also different. But normally around the ages of about 7 or 8, then that's when most big males would have their full mane on. Before that, the mane just slowly keeps growing. But sometimes there are males that have got very less mane, and there are males that don't have mane at all. So that's very genetic. It depends from which gene pool that one male comes from. If it's a very strong gene pool, might get mane a little bit sooner. I guess in a sense, it's like when boys start getting their beard. Some get it earlier and some get it later in life. And for some people, it actually grows thick, and for some people, it only grows in a little section, and some people don't have it at all. So I think same rule applies. It really depends on the gene pool where that lion gets the genes from and how strong that gene pool is. But I've seen with the Ross males in the property, when they first moved here, the manes was not that big, and it was not as dark as it is now. In fact, the other ross male had pure blonde mane, which was just halfway down his neck. And now he's got proper mane 3 years after that. And which means that this mane continuously keeps growing. And it also continuously keeps changing color, getting darker the older they get. That is going to be a very difficult question there. What is the most scariest encounter I've ever had with lions? It's really difficult to say. So I think the most scariest was I was on drive and we had the whole Birmingham Pride, and the ross males had just moved in to our property. And these males, when they first moved in here, they were not the friendliest of males. And we had parked, and the whole Birmingham decided to get up and move. And in front of this pride of about 14, 15 lions was the two ross males. And they walked straight up to the vehicle. And then they stopped for a brief moment, and both of them just lifted up their heads and looked at me straight in the eyes. At that point, I just felt a few beats in my heart pounding a little bit faster. Because you'll never know what they're thinking. All I could think of was what's going on through that lion's head at this time. But at the end of the day, I have lived to tell that tale, so I think that was just breathtaking. But I kid you not, looking straight into the eyes of a lion, those eyes are piercing. It is scary. And if that male or that lioness looks directly back into your eyes, it just, it does something, and you easily feel scared. We're still waiting it out here. We'll see if there's any changes or any new developments. So I think we'll send you guys over to Trishana so that you guys can have a look at the chameleon.
I was hoping maybe we would be able to see some of that chameleon tongue action again. How epic was that? So cool. But you can see it's quite easily predicted when they're going to shoot that tongue out, because they kind of put it between, or just kind of expose it before they shoot it out. So you can tell it's going to happen, or potentially could happen. But that was very, very cool to see. This particular one's quite white underneath. I guess as they get older, that white kind of fades to an off-white. This is quite a stark white. Hi Nathan, you'd like to know if they change color to attract other mates? They certainly do. They change color as a hormonal response. So something chemical is going on in their body, so that's why they change color. That could be to attract mates. It can happen during mating. It can happen to repel other chameleons coming into their territory. It can happen because of aggression. But to attract mates is certainly a big one. Their colors become a lot more vivid when mates are around. So with flat-necked chameleons, this particular species, there's not a huge color variation. It's just kind of yellows, off-whites, greens, and brown and black. So you're not getting reds, purples, oranges, that kind of thing. But they do have lines. You can just kind of see it there between its two legs. There's a faint line, and then there's also lines that are going across its body from the top to the bottom, from the back to the belly. And those will start to get quite vibrant, very white, just to make the whole chameleon look a lot more attractive to its female or male friend. Usually it's the male that gets a whole lot more colorful, and in general it is the male who, in a standard coloration, is a bit more vivid than the female. I love their eyes so much. Hi, Gert. You'd like to know, how do chameleons consume water? That is an excellent question, and I don't know. Yeah, gosh, I don't know. So, in order to drink water the way we do, you have to have complete cheeks. So that's why animals like leopards and lions, they have quite a wide jaw. So that's why they need to lap up water. So only mammals that have a smaller jaw and complete cheeks are able to create the suction needed to drink water, as in go to a pan or whatever and put your head down and drink water, or you would out of a glass. But I can't imagine that a chameleon would be able to create the suction needed to suck up water, nor can I imagine it uses its tongue to do it. So that is going to be my homework today. How do chameleons drink water? It's probably something in between the two of them. It probably can create some sort of suction, but you'll have to watch tomorrow to find out. And I'll have to find another chameleon tomorrow so we can talk about it. Hi, Gail. You'd like to know if they lay eggs or they give live birth. These chameleons actually give live birth, but the eggs do hatch inside of them. So they're still reptiles. They still do produce eggs, but the eggs hatch and then they give live birth. Oviviparous. There we go. It's quite something to see. And so you don't think about it like, oh, chameleons giving a live birth. But in fact, that's definitely the way it looks. But it's like I said, the eggs hatch inside of them, and then the live chameleons come out. That's not for all chameleon species. Some chameleons will lay eggs, as in lay them in a particular place. And the young of, in fact, many chameleon species and flat-necked chameleons take a long time to develop, far longer than I expected. More than half a year. So that's really interesting. Anyway, I'm now sending you over to Ngala to enjoy the rest of this drive. And I'm going to move on from this chameleon.
You can see one of them just got up. Quite interestingly, he's moving in the opposite direction. Oh, look at that. to where that young male lion went to, there is another lion there that's lying down there that we could not see. I think that's why he got up to move the opposite direction. It's amazing how they just disappear into the tall grass behind the bush. And I can hear some wildebeest in the distance. And I can see this one young male is still sitting there, so at least I think we still have 4 or more lions sitting around here, even though we've seen at least 6 or 7 lions move off in a southerly direction. I think I know, Captain, you're asking, apart from mange, what other diseases can these lions get? There is some sort of, I think it's cancer that they get, where they have this little growth out of their skin. And I'm not sure if there are any other more. Actually, that's a very interesting subject. I think I might have to look at it and see if there is anything else besides that TB that they get and the mange that most of the lions suffer from. You can see that young male repositioning, trying to rest the other body side. Mac, you asking how many lions are in this pride. So we have seen this pride before, and in total these animals are at least around about 15. But today we unfortunately didn't get to see the whole pride. But somebody that found them earlier this afternoon around midday said that he counted at least 14 or 15 individuals in this pride. So there is at least 6 young males and a few other females that are of their age as well. So with the old lionesses, I think that's what leads up, because they had a very huge litter. I think there was one point where last year or the year before that, where they came into the property with so many cubs. I think we counted over 18 to 20 animals altogether. So I think for now the numbers are at 15. This is without the males with the pride. So for now, when we get to see them this side and the females come with these sub-adult lions, they are around those numbers of 15 or 14, 15. This is one of the few prides that we see every now and then in the property. there are different prides that within the different corners of the reserve would cross in and out, and we sometimes get to see them for a day or two, but then the Birmingham would be more in the central parts of the reserve, and in all directions would have different lines every now and again coming in, or just have random males, and then you find them in the middle of the reserve, and then they disappear within the following day.
We get asked quite regularly what are the differences between African and Asian elephants. We caught up with Haresh, who's from Leopard Trails, which is based in Sri Lanka.
Of course, size and weight is the first thing you notice. The African elephant is much bigger than the Asian elephant. Tusks. In the Asian elephant, it's a very small percentage of male elephants only who have tusks. I was told that there's a theory that the African elephant's ear is in the shape of Africa. The Asian elephant has a much smaller ear. The elephant represents the bush and the jungle in Sri Lanka in a quintessential manner, and I think it's very important that we do whatever we can to protect them.
With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
Well, we are making our way up to quarantine, hoping for that last-minute leopard. You know we always want that last-minute leopard, but I also want to tell you something quickly. I made a mistake. So I was thinking, I said to you that the flat-necked chameleon was ovoviviparous, which means that they laid the eggs inside and then gave birth, but it's not. It's the dwarf chameleon, the little Karoo dwarf chameleon, which is the other chameleon that you get in South Africa. It's that chameleon that lays its eggs inside and then gives birth to live young. The flap-necked chameleon lays eggs in little burrows, termite mounds, etc., stuff like that, and that one does take over 6 months, closer to 8 to 10 months to develop and to hatch. Anyway, there's the last few seconds left of show. Can we make it up to quarantine? Can I do it and not drop my cam up off the back of the vehicle? See if we might bump I was about to say bumper chameleon, bumper leopard. Either way, I'm really glad to have spent all this time with you. Really glad to have seen Tingana. So thank you all for your questions and your comments for this lovely Ellie to end with. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.